Oh shit! I made a post for Instagram, but I didn't actually post it. Hold on. Thank you for the resub, Dave. Hey girl, hey. Hold on. Hold on. Almost there. Where's link? www.twitch.tv/sberry. Like I never left. Oh, fuck. Okay. Hi, JT. Hi, JJ. Oh, okay. Hi, Zero. Hi, Seneca. Everyone say hi, JJ. Oh, that's okay. I don't need your tongue in my mouth right now. Her chair is not in my room currently, so she will not be lurking in the background today. She's just gonna have to figure that out for herself. Hello. Yes. Do you remember we do this? Do you remember? I know it's been a minute. I was gonna play The Sims. I even updated it and everything. And just like using the keyboard to do all the things I need to do to start stream is annoying my hand. So I saw Bree for the first time. Bree looks exactly like a coworker of mine, but the coworker is blonde. There you go. She had a blonde face. It was heinous and I hated it. It was awful. It was a big yawn. What post did you see Bree in? You silly. It wasn't a great time, Dave. It wasn't a great time. But her sister is blonde, and they have very similar faces. Her sister's face is longer. Oh, the matching outfits. Hi. Hello. Luke!
Thank God you're back. My dog is ready to disown me. I was so screwed.
Luke! Thank you for the resub. That's so nice. Hi, Rosie. I missed you. Look, JJ's here too. Okay, that's creepy. You're staring right into the camera when you do that. It's weird. They're gonna get uncomfortable. Yes, I'm back. For the foreseeable future, probably. I don't know. It's gonna be a little confusing the next couple months.
Berry pepper love.
Sikakato, thank you for the resub of tier 2. Thank you so much. 40 months. Stop. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's really nice. You guys are being nice. I might cry today. I've been crying all week. Are you ready to be a curator? Are you not done with it and never want to touch an artifact ever again? You're the best course mates in Ireland, I heard. Yeah, we have a lot to unpack about Ireland. Brass. I'm not done with it. I don't know if I'm gonna go into curation now. I don't know. I fell in love with Ireland and the Irish in general. I ate so many dairy products and never got the shits from it. I had like fast food and was fine. Also, the people are great too. So, Seneca, that's definitely part of it. But, oh fuck. Yes, that's definitely part of it. I've talked about this a little bit before. There's a video that's a little bit more like coherent and cohesive on my TikTok if you want a 2 to 3 minute explanation. So there's this thing called environmental epigenetics. I don't actually know if that's what we're calling it, but that's what it is. So epigenetics is when we can see in the DNA the impact of the trauma or changes that your ancestors went through. Hi, Damon. Welcome back. Exactly. You're adapted to your environment because evolution takes a very long time. And most of our ancestors didn't migrate. Whereas now, all we have to do is hop on a plane, right? Becoming a dairy farmer. Ireland, for a very, very long time, and even today, their primary resource is cows. And, like, their dowries were paid in cows. Cows. All about cows. And their physical environment hasn't changed that much in the last 200 years. And my ancestors, just like you, are primarily Irish and Scottish. And they only immigrated in the 1800s to the Americas. Hence the red hair looking natural. The red hair is not natural though. So in Ireland, they're very, very passionate about their cows eating grass. In America, cows primarily eat corn. No, not natural red hair. Naturally blonde. Like a dirty blonde. Which it kind of, you can't see it on camera. Well, you can kind of see like the highlights. The sun kind of washed out a lot of my red, and I'm like a strawberry blonde now, even though I only dyed my hair 6 weeks ago. So if my ancestors are primarily eating dairy products and beef from cows that ate the same environment they grew their vegetables in, the same nitrates, the same chemicals in the soil, like if all of that's stayed the same for hundreds of years, then that is what their bodies evolved to process. But now in America, I eat produce and meat products that are from literally anywhere. So they're not even growing in the same environment that I'm living in. So my body doesn't have a chance. So I go to Ireland, and yes, part of it is the different food regulations, but also all of their beef products are Irish. All of them. And most of their meat products are Irish. And they feed off Irish ground and Irish soil. And my body and my family have moved around so much in the US, and for such a short amount of time in the scheme of things, we haven't had a chance to evolve to the food that we're eating. Like, my grandpa moved to Iowa, was a cowboy, literally. Cows. But then they were living in Arizona, which is a completely different climate. And then my mom was living in Arizona and California, again, completely different climates. And then I grew up in Washington State, completely different climates. So, like, there's never been a chance for us to digest where we're eating our food from, but then also international exporting and importing is so popular now that most of us aren't eating food where we're from. Anyway, when I was in Ireland, literally all the cheese and meat and bread I was eating was made in Ireland with Irish products. Yeah, they are major exporters, if beef and dairy. So, I had very few diet issues, and the only time I got sick is on my period, which I was lucky enough to have twice. And when I got to meet Will and Lasana, Lasana and I both got sick after we ate at the fish and chip shop, and we had different fish, but we had the same chips. I think there was something wrong with the oil that they were frying stuff in. Those are the only times I got sick in 6 weeks. For context, I get sick like 3 or 4 times a week in America from food. So, part of it's regulations, but I do truly believe that a big part of it is my DNA. Anyway, I know what you're thinking. How can their soil be that much different? Well, for example, Irish hydrangeas are pink, and I've never seen pink hydrangeas before. I've only ever seen blue and purple and green. I didn't know they really could be pink. I thought that was just in The Sims. And it's influenced by, I think it's the nitrogen. So, I'd never seen pink hydrangeas. Maybe at like a grocery store, but I've never seen in the wild. I've never seen someone have pink hydrangeas in their yard. Blue and purple and green. Blue, purple, green. My mom's gonna come in here and be like, actually, that's not true. But I was shocked when I saw pink ones. You have pink ones? Yeah. No. Never seen real pink ones. So, there you go. Soil. Influencing growth. And then we eat that. There is so much corn in the American diet that they can find it in your hair DNA. Because so much of what we eat that is animal product, those animals are fed corn. And then there's corn syrup in so many things. So even if you're not actively eating corn, you can find corn in your hair. We are literally corn fed. Also, cornbread is really good. So like, I'm not gonna avoid the corn. But the problem with corn, and this goes into one of my other favorite things, the problem with corn is that we have made it a monoculture that it actually doesn't hold the nutrients that it used to hold, which is why it's such a staple in Central and South American diets, is because they had corn, they had maize, and it was actually nutritious. But then we took it and we ruined the plant. So now there are very, very few dietary benefits other than it being filling. Anyway. Hi, I'm back from Ireland. Okay, there were questions. Let's just start from the top and make it drop. Are you all ready to be a curator now? Or are you done with it and never want to touch an artifact again? And so when is the move? Those go hand in hand. Okay. Yes, it needs to be cooked with ash. The tortillas, the ancestral way of cooking tortillas involved ash. Anyway, I had at least one mental breakdown every single week I was in Ireland because I don't know what to do with my future. So for those of you who don't know, let's do a recap of the last 3 years. I graduated. Hi, Butterfly. Thank you for the lurk. It's lovely to see you. Fuck, I'm going to keep hurting my hand the whole stream, and there's nothing we can do about it. We'll talk about it in a second. My God, I missed y'all. Mental breakdown. I had one on the very last day in front of all 3 of my directors. That was fun and not embarrassing at all. Like full-on ugly snot coming out of your nose, sobbing. And I was trying to hide from the children. Luke, we'll get to that. There's a lot that goes hand in hand with Luke's question. So it needs its own separate chapter. Okay, so I graduated in 2021. with a bachelor's of science in archaeological sciences, with minors in art history and classics, because I studied a lot of ancient Greek art history and ancient Greek. And so those went hand in hand. And I basically got one minor for the price of, no, I got two for the price of one. It was great. If I had done another year of ancient Greek and 2 years of Latin, I could have gotten the fucking classics degree. But taking a dead language online is not something I recommend to anybody unless you're really good at languages and really good at independent study, which I am not. Since then, I have been floundering, if you will. Well, not floundering until the last year, because I didn't know what to do next. In archaeology, the expectation is you either work as a commercial archaeologist, you pay to go to field school, which is what I just did, or you go to grad school, or all three. The reason I couldn't go into commercial archaeology is it's basically on-call short contracts. When there's urban development anywhere, but especially in the United States, you have to bring in an archaeologist to make sure that there's like nothing in the site. And if there is, you perform salvage archaeology, you pull everything out of the ground. You need to be able to drive to wherever that site is. And I can't drive. And in 2021, I was still hiding from the world. I was not about to learn how to start driving. I didn't leave my house until last March, 2023. Now, I didn't want to go to grad school because with grad school, you have to write a dissertation about a subject, a topic. But also with archaeology, you're expected to find a professor that is studying something similar to what you want to do. You don't get just like pick a school that has a good program. You're also picking based off who the faculty is. Now, I don't know what I want to study, which this trip was supposed to help with. I don't know, so I can't pick a professor because I don't know, which means I can't pick a place to go. So you can find, become my student, we'll find something new. Careful, JT, I might hold you that. Very circular logic, yeah. You have to have point A to get to B, to get to C. But to get to A, you need C. We'll just find you something to do. So, last year, March, we took a big step in me becoming like a person again. Because those previous 2 years, I had been doing a lot of self-work, working a lot on stream stuff, becoming more confident myself, dealing with my dead dog, getting a new dog, doing a lot of mental health stuff, getting on 4 different types of medications, journaling, crafting, doing a lot of that, which was really important. I'm really grateful that I had the opportunity to do that because that is a major privilege to be able to do that and not work and still have food on the table. But last fall, Brie was kind of like, hey, so what's your plan? And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, you don't do anything. And I was like, wrong. I stream, I craft, and I read a lot, like an average of 50 to 60 books a year. She was like, yeah. But like, are you gonna use your degree? Are you gonna go back to school? Are you gonna get a job? Like, what's your goal? Because you had a goal. Your big goal was UW and the BS, but now what? Because for the past couple of years, you're just kind of there. And she was not wrong, but it was very hard to hear. Very, very hard to hear, but it was very, very true. And it was something that I was ignoring in my brain. Kind of being able to dislocate your shoulder with just your shoulder muscles is not normal. No, it's not. So last year in March, we took the first big step. I got a part-time job at my former bookstore and started leaving the house more. And then I got to see Nasim, and then we met May, and May started joining us, and I was going out almost every weekend. And like, yay, Rayleigh went back into society. I even went grocery shopping once. And Rayleigh getting used to like people just not masking. And at this point, I don't either most of the time, which was very weird and may or may not have bit me in the ass, which we'll get to in a second, because Rayleigh finally got COVID. Ireland was a lot. What is that? 4.5 years? 4.5 years. 1.5 weeks in COVID. Or in Ireland, and I got COVID somehow. We're still processing that it actually happened. Ireland kind of feels like a fever dream, if I'm being completely honest with you. If it's super crowded in the US, Seneca, that's when I pull it out. Because I don't trust Americans. And like on buses and stuff. And like while I was working at the bookstore and like handling used items and working with people, I was wearing my mask then too. Like, thank you. It does make me feel better, but I also, like, knew. The problem is I'm with a person who doesn't and is in a completely different headspace when it comes to life planning and careers. And there's a certain certainty that she has that I really, really envy, because being interested in too many things is really frustrating and overwhelming sometimes. Especially with a field that can be as vast as anthropology and archaeology. I've talked about this before, but like literally I read a book about an Egyptologist and one of his specialties is rope. Literally ancient rope. Like that is so niche. I'm in so much pain right now. Also, grad school is expensive, so I don't want to just find a vague program that covers most of what I'm interested in, and then like feel like I'm wasting money, which is kind of what happened with university. I waited to go to the big one until I was sure what I wanted to do, which is why it took me so long. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. Like, if I'm gonna do it, I want to go in being serious about it. And I really think that changed my experience in university compared to my peers, because I was older than everybody and I was taking it seriously because I understood the consequences of what happens if you don't. Not necessarily like major consequences, but like the emotional, psychological consequences. So I went in being very like serious and mature about the whole thing. And I want at least to prepare myself in a similar manner for grad school. I want to go in being ready for what comes at me to the best of my degree, to best of my ability. You know how people are always like, you'll never be ready. You have to just do it. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. You can wait until you're ready. You can't wait and expect to be ready and not prepare. But you can wait until you're ready if you prepare. And then you'll feel ready and you can do the thing. And it's fine. Whoever tells you, oh, you'll never know for sure, you'll never be fully ready. No, that's bullshit. Life is very long. Take your time and be ready. Just don't wait for it to happen passively. Which is kind of what the past 3 years have been for me, right? Is waiting until I was ready. And I was working towards it, and then I was ready. So Brie and I had this conversation last fall. January, I sign up for field school to show her, like, hey, I heard you, so I'm working towards progress. I'm gonna sign up for this big thing. And like, here's the first big step that I'm doing. I'm gonna go on an international flight twice to a foreign country by myself, away from everything I know and all of my comfort foods. And I did it, and I really love Irish Rayleigh. See, and JT, that's another reason that grad school has been frustrating, is because I will most likely have to move. I've looked at the UW programs. Most, if not all of them, are focused on Native American studies. I find the Salish cultures very fascinating, and I'm in love with them and the art. I've grown up around it. My mom worked at an art museum, and instead of sending me to like a babysitter, I would just hang out at the museum for hours. Fantastic, lovely. But I'm also very aware that archaeology as a field will always be competitive. And the last thing that the indigenous studies and archaeology needs is another white girl competing for a spot. Especially if it's something that's not my passion and that I have no significant claim to. That is not my culture to compete for a role. It's just not. And I have ethical obsessive compulsive disorder, which is the stupidest, most pretentious sounding anxiety to have. But it genuinely kept me from eating for a couple of years because I was worried about using too much plastic. And it would give me panic attacks. So I'm aware of how pretentious and high up on my horse. But it's another reason I think COVID was so hard for me to deal with, is because the ethical anxiety, the moral anxiety. And that probably goes into play of wanting people to like me. You don't have time to unpack all that. The moving part is difficult because my wife fulfilled his... Yeah, exactly. Well, and we have stories about that. JT, there was maybe a person in my dick that maybe is not an ally. Moving is really expensive and really hard, especially if your wife is an immigrant who just fucking got her green card, which cost us a lot of money. Notice everything always comes down to money. It's always money. So all of these things have been holding me back from figuring out what to do and what to plan. And I just kind of let myself take time to enjoy the privileged position I was in, which was to do nothing but fun things, which was great. But my wife, who works full time, was kind of like, supposed to be partners, and I'm feeling not partnered. Hello, Jamie. How are you? I missed you very much. And that's totally valid. That's totally fair. Because that's what marriage is a partnership and separate bathrooms and health insurance. So I went to Ireland for 6 weeks to go to field school. I learned I love archaeology. It just kind of confirmed it. I watched a lot of sports the last 6 weeks. Probably more sports than I've ever watched in my life. And I was one of the yearbook photographers for sports in high school. I don't even know where to start. Some of you may have a very rough idea of how my trip went, at least the first 3 weeks, because there are videos posted in the Discord that break some of this down. But also in the videos, I have COVID and I'm slightly delirious. So take that as you will. I also need to figure out fake names. What would the move options be? States or countries? Yes, Dave, yes. Hi, Jack! Or an online program. But as I said, I'm really bad at independent study. Like, really bad. I do not have the discipline for it. It is not my learning style. And what I get the most out of academia is connecting with the professors and the people in my class. And it's just really hard for me to do that online, which I recognize is the irony. I see the irony. I recognize it. I see it. Don't worry. So, okay, before we even get to why I want to move out to Ireland, let's talk about moving to Ireland. I would need to find a graduate program that is frankly fully funded. And I don't know what Bree's immigration to that looks like. Northern Ireland is a separate country and it's part of the Commonwealth. It's still part of the United Kingdom. So Bree could move to Northern Ireland much more simply because she is Commonwealth from Australia. So she could still move. She could move to Northern Ireland and then it would be me we mostly have to figure out. However, oh my god, Jack, where? However, she just got her green card a couple years ago. And if she's not in the US for 51% of the year, they take it back. And we paid a lot of money for it. Counterpoint, my mother and I were doing research because my mother wants me to move to Ireland for many reasons. Counterpoint, she qualifies for the citizen application. So she could get her citizenship. If you're just here on a work visa, you have to live here for about 5 consecutive years with a green card. But because she's married, she needs 3. And we've been at 3. Cork! Exactly, Seneca, spousal citizenship. And she's lived in America now for 8 years. It's a really great question, Dave. Thank you for asking. The difference is in communication with Bree and I is Bree needs a plan to be she needs a presentation, a proposal presentation. She does not work well with hypotheticals. Actions speak louder for her than any sort of daydreaming. So for her to even take me seriously about it, I would need to find programs that I'm interested in and like have all of the legal stuff researched out, at least to a basic degree, and then propose home to her. I'm not quite ready for graduate school anyway. But it's okay because I finally... Exactly, Dave. Exactly. And there would have to be options. And I would have to be willing to compromise. And this is a big dream of baby and teen and adult Rayleigh. And I don't want to compromise on dream. But it's okay, because I'm not ready for that anyway. I still don't know what I want to study. And I want more experience first. So, every week that I was in Ireland, all 6 weeks, pretty much every single week, once or twice, I had a mental, physical, emotional breakdown and midlife crisis. The very last one being, well, the last one in Ireland, being in front of my field director and him trying to talk me off a ledge for like the 3rd time that summer. Brass, I turned 29 in Ireland. It was my first international birthday, actually. I'm almost 30. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't have high hopes for a long life. Hi, Lasana. I miss you so much. Guys, I got to meet Lasana. Almost 30. Boo. Hi, Zill. I got to meet Zill too. It was really fun. Lasana, I've been rationing my Dutch snacks. But Brie already ate all of the chocolates. All of them. They're gone. And all the chocolate I bought her. Already gone. Like within the first 2 days. Yeah, because I shared some with my roommates and then I've been hoarding it all and I didn't let myself eat it in Ireland. Now that ginger stuff, the ginger cookie thing that you brought has gone stale, but Brie and I are still eating it anyway because it's delicious. And it still like disintegrates in your mouth. It's great. I know, but no. Okay, so mental breakdown, midlife crisis, every week. That sounds familiar, Dave. I think during midlife crisis has transitioned from middle life to just during life. I mean, think about it. If I'm almost 30, midlife, that would mean 60. I'm probably making it to like 80, y'all. So, actually, that's a really good idea, Sikagato. I'm in so much pain right now. I don't know how I thought I could play The Sims today. We're not playing a game, by the way. This is just gonna be a catch-up stream because for those of you just joining us, literally just typing in things in my keyboard to set stream up has pissed off my hand. So, we're not playing any games. I know some of you are concerned about, I have been able to play Fallout with the controller, so don't worry. Fucking Dolores, but we have an update on Dolores. Lasana, do you want to share? Because you saw it. No, Zill, we're not doing that. Zill is incredibly British, by the way. I've talked to him on the phone multiple times. And somehow he is more British in person. Fallout 4. My life imploded, so I've missed those things. Well, I have been gone for 6 months. 6 months? 6 weeks. 7 weeks, if we're getting specific. So you haven't missed that much. Fallout 4. And I used to only do the building, but I'm a big girl now, and I do like actual exploration and gameplay. Dolores is not cancer. Her result came back yesterday. Dolores is a benign tumor in my nerve. For anyone who doesn't know Dolores, there you go. You can see my biopsy polka dots, little constellation there. That happened Monday. So because they were basically hole punching my nerve to get samples, I didn't know you were in Ireland until about a week ago. Sacred God, I'm back! I was in Ireland. Oh, okay. So they were basically hole punching my nerve, which means this whole portion of my hand right now is numb.
I'm actually here now.
Zero, thank you for 39 months. Y'all, I haven't even been live for 2.5 minutes, and Zero redeemed the first redemption like the second I went live. Lasana, thank you for gifting a sub to Zillium. You generous bean. Sounds like Zero. Seikakato, before I forget, if you want to vent with us about whatever it is you're referring to, feel free. Not today, because I'll get distracted and sidetracked. But also, I would love to hear about it and talk to you if you need. But also, it's okay if you don't. I share too much on the internet. That doesn't mean y'all have to. Once a sugar mommy, always a sugar mommy. Seikakato, okay. I'm probably gonna stream Fallout 4 next week, especially if Dolores is still acting up. We can talk all about Fallout 4. Seneca, you're the one keeping up with how many power suits. We officially hit 6. I'm at 6 power suits now. Anyway, I found 2 this week. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. They hole punched my nerve. This whole part of my hand. You know how like sometimes your feet fall asleep and the first stage is like that tingly, but then the next stage is just like pain. Just like aching pain. Yeah, that's what half my hand feels like right now. Constantly. It never stops. Especially my pinky. This side of my pinky is fine. This part of my pinky, not fine. So when I say a lot of the next 6 months depends on Dolores, it's because hopefully they call me today and we get a surgery scheduled. I don't know how she's gonna react to the surgery if this is how my nerve is reacting just to a biopsy. Okay, so let's do a quick overview for the conclusion to this side story. Mental breakdown every single week, midlife crisis, last 3 years, just floating in an ocean of confusion. Dolores hurting. Yesterday, I felt very stupid. I realized what I can do and what to do. So, and I proposed this to Brie, and again, she's gonna need to see things actually result from this before she's like fully proud. But here is the 3-step plan for the next 6 months. Dolores. Get Dolores out of my goddamn fucking hand. Oh, I didn't finish introducing Dolores. Dolores, for those of you who don't know, is a tumor that's inside of a nerve right here. She's inside the nerve sheath, growing on the interior of like the nerve casing. So she's like sharing a sleeping bag with my nerve, but like won't get out. Like she won't leave. She's been there for 3 years, coming on 4. Every once in a while I'd be like, haha, I wonder if there's a tumor in my hand. And then we'd all be like, no, it's probably just carpal tunnel. And it's why Rayleigh got an ergonomic keyboard. Because we thought that would help. We thought it was just like stream. Turns out it really was a tumor and I was not a hypochondriac. I would love one, please. 3 years. Yes, Jack. Yes. And it wasn't until January that she started to like hurt constantly. Because before it would only hurt when she made contact with something. And it would hurt for, hold on, JJ's chewing something. It's okay, it's just her giant pickle. She's allowed to have that. I don't know why the lights aren't twinkly. I'm not gonna fix it right now. It must be so annoying for Brie when your hypochondria turns out to be a thing. I mean, honestly. Dolores is the correct name. Every Dolores I've ever met refuses to leave. Every sniffle's gonna be COVID. It can't, honestly. Yeah, for 3 years I was like, haha, named after Dolores Umbridge? No, I just name things old lady names. Like my camera's name is, I think it's Gertrude. My pink blueberry plant, which is very dead now, her name was Eleanor. I've named things Gloria. Those aren't old lady names. Those are kids' names. I beg to differ, Seneca. Those are old lady names. Thank you. Thank you. Kids from 1910! That's a good one, dude. That's a good one. Oh, that made me chuckle. So things like taking JJ outside. I'm a little partial to old lady names. Okay, but Rose is an iconic old lady name. I'm so jealous. Is it because of Titanic, though? Yeah, plan 1, yeet Dolores. But I don't know how long she's gonna be an issue post-surgery. So it really depends on her. Because, like, right now, I can't take JJ out. If there's an emergency, I won't be able to keep grab of her. I literally couldn't put my pajamas on last night without causing myself pain. I can't use my keyboard without it hurting. It's hurting right now just sitting here, and I've taken pills. Like nothing helps. So either the surgery's gonna feel great because I'm removing a lump out of my fucking nerve, but also they're cutting into the nerve to do so. So I don't know. You were 12 when Titanic released. Oh my god. Sicarato, you're old. Sorry. Sorry. Typos are typoing today. 1. Eat Dolores. 39 next month, so yes. What a sus pause in the middle! You were 12 when the Titanic set sail! Damn! Seikakado's hella old! Oh my god, did you inspire the character Rose? The name makes sense now! And to think I missed you! Oh, I'm crying! Oh my god. I missed y'all. I'm gonna start crying. Anyway, so once Dolores allows this to be happening, I'm gonna get my license. That's step 2. License. Shared a lifeboat, but never asked each other's names. You little whippersnappers! That's step 2. Step 3 is the one that came to me that felt incredibly obvious, and I don't know why I hadn't actually made it a firm plan. No, not an F1 driver. No. I'm gonna do commercial archaeology. For some reason, all the times that I've been talking about learning to drive, I never actually made the connection that was like, oh yeah, and then you use your connections to get a CRM job. So that's the goal, JT. That's the goal. Until you figure out what to do about grad school. Is do commercial archaeology, which is where you go to construction, and if there's anything to excavate, you quickly excavate it, and then you contribute to you quickly contribute to the curation crisis. But I get to dig! And I have my own plumb bob. And I know how to dig now because I spent 4 weeks in the field. And I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty much the same thing every day. There were some days I missed, and there was a girl who was kind of bitchy, and she was like, why is Rayleigh even here if she's not gonna be able to make it every day? Like, girl, every day is the same. We come, we dig, we go home. We come, we dig, we go home. Don't do collection. All right, that's good. That'll make me feel better. Creation crisis can be step 47. Fair. You're right. I want to be part of the problem. You know what, Zero? After years of trying to be a good person, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I want to be selfish too. Anyway, so I plan to keep streaming. I just want to put that out there. I'm also pretty sure that my EA contract requires content for me for at least a year. I'm not totally sure. I did not read it that closely, I'll be honest with you. Lisa, but you know where this stuff is for when it's time to take back. You're already ready for your 30s. I'm ready. It only took like 6 weeks of sobbing. And actually, what's ironic about the whole thing is exactly a week ago, about 4 hours ago, I was sobbing to my field director. It's 9 o'clock in Dublin right now, so around like, or it's 9 o'clock, around like 5 o'clock, 4:30. I was sobbing to my field director, and I yelled at him, and I said, I said, I came here, and you were supposed to help me find my epiphany of what to do next. You were supposed to help me figure out what to study, and you didn't. When I asked you, you said, well, there were tower houses, so I said, why not? And then I studied them. And I told him, I was like, that wasn't helpful. And he laughed. And then at one point he said to me, he's like, Rayleigh, I took the easy road. And I was like, I don't know what my easy road is, sir. It's fucking commercial archaeology. So in the end, he did inspire. He did. It just took a week after. That's literally the easy road. I mean, it's not emotionally easy, but it's gonna be, you know, learning to drive. That's something my wife wants. It's something that's gonna help me big. And then I'll be able to do actual archaeology in the meantime as I figure out what to do next. Just like most men and UPS, about 2 to 4 weeks late. Y'all either come too early or too late. Be reliable. 99% of archaeologists end up in CRM. It was destined to probably happen. Honestly. And I don't know why it didn't cement into my brain that it was an actual option. Which is basically what happened with archaeology in general. Is I was literally in my bioarchaeology class. And my professor shared his research literally on like the last day of class. And I was like, oh wait, that's like a job. I can do that. So maybe I'm not as self-aware as I think I am. Learning to drive F1. I'm not becoming an F1 driver. However, I am a Mercedes girly. So we're 50% of the way to completing our sub goal for the month. That's so nice. I'm working CRM now, working for an environmental firm. And then probably another project in Mexico. I've been watching the diversity training videos for my new job, so don't worry, y'all. I'll be able to discriminate better. New job? We're gonna have a separate stream where y'all update me on your lives. And it I'm a Mercedes girly, and it definitely has nothing to do with how attractive both the drivers are, or the fact that they were both in the top 5 at the Spanish Grand Prix. Definitely not. The only team, by the way, the only team with both drivers in the top 5. Just saying. So you're going to look for shovel burn jobs now. Russell is not on your list of attractive men. Are you blind? It's okay if you are. Shovel bum jobs. Are you teaching me lingo right now? Should I write this down? That's what field tax. Oh, then yeah, I guess. Kat's friend is a Mercedes racing driver and knows George Russell. Say less. He does not look like a paperclip. What is wrong with you? Hold on. No, he's a little cutie pie. your paper clips look like. This is what our paper clips look like. Oops. Where is it? Where are you? Oops. This bit is taking way too long. I'm so confused what's happening right now. Okay, nope, I'm giving up. The bit took too long, and now it's not funny anyway, so. He's a little cutie. I could even join the Discord, I guess. JT, you don't even have to participate in the Discord if you don't want to, but I do check the DMs more often than I actually check Twitter. I have saved your Twitter DMs by not reading them so that they still show up as a notification so that I remember to actually investigate and follow up. Okay, there's like 2 photos. There's like 2 photos. Where he looks like the paper clips man. They're cuties. Rayleigh showed me her unread DMs and I still have stress streams about it. Yeah, I currently have 23 unread Discord DMs. They're cuties. Look at them. Yeah, there's a lot in the Discord. If you're overwhelmed, check out the info desk. We tried to make it a little easier to navigate. Every single time, I imagine him either crying or looking like Lippy. 400 notifications, I wish I was joking. Anyway, this man is one that a 19-year-old on my Ireland trip said was unattractive and that his braids looked dirty. Which might be one of the most racist things I've ever heard come out of the mouth of a brown woman. Why is there a crying selfies chat? That's a really good question. Thank you for asking. What have I gotten myself into? I find, well, okay, the crying selfie channel started because Choo Choo wanted one. And Choo Choo was like, I always take a photo when I'm crying. And that kind of inspired the rest of us to maybe start taking photos when we're crying. There's a couple I've meant to upload recently. I don't know, it's a vibe. It's a vibe. You don't have to participate. I think you're also allowed to like hide channels that you don't want to see. If you want. In the links you couldn't share in chat, same eyes. Okay, I'm done with y'all. Done with y'all. Some of the current chats will be going, some of the channels will be going away soon. Because we're due for a cleanup. But, for example, Zero, your Vampire Diaries is getting retired because the last time you updated was November 22. Or 2 years. In fact, we're just gonna do that right now. While I'm thinking about it. We'll just, while we're here, we'll just clean up while we're here. Okay. In case y'all are wondering, I never delete channels. If you see a channel is missing, I have a separate private folder called archived channels. In case you were curious. The main chat is for chatted up babies under campfire. Currently have 3 kittens. That is a lot. You got a lot going on there. 3 kittens, damn. That is the primary chat. The drawing room is where you go for a conversation that feels more intimate. And or you gotta save those old chats for research. Like, genuinely, Jack. Genuinely. There have been times where I need to go back. BBS is babies? Oh my god. You can't use punctuation in a channel name. The drawing room is where you go if you're in a topic-specific channel, such as book things, for example, and the conversation transitions to something completely else, completely different. You say, let us retire to the drawing room. And then you continue that conversation in the drawing room. That was Zill's idea. Now, in the rules, when you first agreed, it said no, like nothing for that is not safe for work. But then I kept talking about ancient Greek penises. So there is a not safe for work channel. I just can't change the rules without changing the other stuff. The bot is leaving soon. I stopped paying for it. And we'll have to deal with that at some point. Admin, the names of these channels perfectly align when the subject topics, those channels, with the subject topics, those channel cover. Am I the only one who seems to open it at work for some reason? You're not supposed to open it for work. I don't know what that means, JT. The selfies and compliments channel is when you post a selfie and want compliments in return. If you want to post a photo and you don't want people to give you compliments, you don't post it in there. Or you can just be like, hey, I'm having a bad day. That's why it's and compliments. Show and yell was because one of the mods misread it. It was show and tell. Oh, the drawing room is not for drawing. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Okay, wow, rude. So now it's for yelling and showing. Travel chats is where people were giving me travel advice. That is also gonna get archived. The Patreon's lounge is never used. Honestly, just kind of assume there's nothing in there ever. Cafe productivity is when you want to co-work with people. Accountability buddy is under cafe productivity if you want people to help hold you accountable, but you don't want to co-work with people. Then we have game-specific channels, but a lot of them are like combined if they share like similarities. It's like Animal Crossing, Sims, Stardew, game recommendations. I do go through the game recommendations every once in a while. So if you have a game you really want me specifically to play. Memes and pic crews. No one really posts TikToks very often. Admin is where, I'm gonna have to watch a VOD of this. Admin is where the Discord puts up general community updates, which you may or may not care about. It's also where I do a newsletter. And every year, I think I forgot to do it for last year, so I will do that at some point. Every year I put down a financial breakdown. Oh no, I did it. Of like where, what was spent and upcoming goals. Why are you in there then? I ain't paying that for you. Because he's a Patreon. Oh wait, no, I didn't do it for last year. This says spring 2023. I'm behind. Also, it's where I tell you if mail is going for you. I've really fallen behind on things that I want to do and like to do. For stream stuff, I don't know if it's necessarily coming back, but I like to have it there for accountability reasons. That's what I spend my good boy allowance. Kitty pictures go to the animal channel, correct. Story of my life half the year, I swear. Hi, Pavante. The Taylor channel is specifically for Taylor Swift. The Ireland channel was specifically for people who wanted to meet up in Ireland. We kept it private for security reasons, but I can retire that now. Not Marjorie Taylor Greene, no. No, specifically for Taylor Swift. It was especially active when her tour first kicked off. So Rayleigh, does the PC work now? Do you know the anthropology department meme Twitter account? I don't think so. No. Seneca, I don't know what this means. Is that a reference to the updates? Now, JT, this is a fun opportunity for you, okay? If you're gonna share the link to the Twitter account, you're gonna put it under the channel, under category stream things, and the channel links you couldn't share in chat. Mom, I didn't realize you resubscribed 16 minutes ago. Thank you. Thanks, Mom. Because you're not allowed to post links in my chat. For security reasons. There is a backup chat because for multiple reasons. For when you guys want to have conversations that I don't see while I'm streaming, like we're playing puzzle games. But also because Twitch's chat would stop working a lot randomly. Kiddo and I are heading to the office. Be safe, have fun. Yay! Okay, I follow. I follow now. Although the last time they posted was May 1st. Your mom is why both you and I are here, but for very different reasons. Grandma says it's gun listening to you today. Grandma is being feisty. Not as active, but the person over at wrote a book called Being Your Bestest Anthropologist. I get nervous following archaeology meme accounts because I'm scared that they're pseudo-archaeology accounts. And I don't want an archaeology person to like see me and be like following so-and-so and like be like, oh my god, they're a pseudo-archaeologist. So... okay, we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go pee-pee on the potty. And we're gonna play an ad. So, I'll be right back. Don't want people in 1,000 years getting the wrong idea. Ew, ads? This is what, Mother, that's why I play it during the break. Your ad revenue helps support this stream and make up for the amount of money I spent in Ireland. A decent amount on my mother, by the way. probably end our Tiltify campaign. 6 weeks ago. Don't mind me, just... No! Lunch. Sent a confirmation code to this email. Do not lend anything to a forensic anthropologist unless you use it for beatboxing. Wrong email. JJ, no. How's JJ been now that you're back? Not very different, to be honest. Okay. Campaigns. Nope, that was the wrong. No, because it says. Oh, I did end it. I did end it. Okay. Okay. So the Fuck Cancer event that we did in May raised over a total of $18,000. So, thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. We did not personally raise $18,000. I don't think between all of us we have $18,000, let alone enough to donate. But in total, from all of the teams, imagine having $18,000. Wait, that's not right. Couldn't be me. So thanks, y'all. That's pretty cool. We did that. I have so many unread emails, and some I really should have responded to. So I'm not proud of that, but I didn't take a laptop to Ireland because I brought my iPad instead, my iPad Pro. I thought that would be good enough. Turns out I really am not incentivized to do anything computer-wise on an iPad. I want a keyboard. So instead, I did nothing. So, love that for me. So that's also part of today, is we're going to clean up my email address. For example, I was supposed to respond to an email from the person who runs F Cancer. So that's fun. Love that for me. Good job, Bailey. Get the keyboard cover thingy. That is a great suggestion. Genuinely. Here's the problem. I'm really fussy about keyboards. A lot of those covers don't have actual keys that push down. They have just like a raised bump. Because for a while, I had a broken laptop, and the only thing I could afford to replace it for school was one of those Windows Surface tablet things. And that had an attached keyboard. And it was awful. Awful. Absolutely awful. It's a bit of a thick boy, but it does have keys. I want to believe you, genuinely. Were you finding me a laptop that I liked? I don't have anything funny to say. Being up early to go to the doctor's drained at all. Lordy! Yeah, Seneca, they were. I didn't hate it. I mean, I used it for a long time while I saved up for a laptop, but not my favorite thing to write papers on. I used to just go to the fucking computer lab. It was easier. Exactly, Seneca, exactly. They were bad keyboards, but it worked fine enough. Asana, thank you for gifting a sub to Lordy. You have gifted 26 subs to this community, and that's insane and very generous. My brain turned off. Lordy, your girlfriend is tall and hot. Like, we already knew she was pretty, but in person? Becky! Hello! You're drooling, ma'am. I got to spend a whole day with Lizana and Zillium, and it was wonderful. And it was one of my favorite Ireland memories. Zill showed up wearing a Be Nice to Yourself t-shirt, which was very fucking cute. 1 inch taller in spirit. I can't with you right now, okay? I can't. You're too much. Oh, you asked how JJ was doing. JJ, wasn't interested in me the first day I came home. I think she was mad at me. Lordy, I have known Zill longer than I've known most of the people in this chat. I'm just saying. I think Cavante might be the current exception. And that is because they are the spouse of my cousin. Not the point. JJ's just trying to play it cool. But she's fine now. It wasn't day 1, but I was near the beginning. Yeah, but where's John? Where's Allie? Where are they? Where's Amy? No shows. I'm in love with y'all and Petty. Makes me feel really warm inside, thank you. I'm actually just a bot, so no one can ever meet me. I need y'all to understand. We're coming up on Rayleigh's 5th year of streaming. 4th year of streaming? The end of my... I keep getting the fucking dates mixed up. I started streaming October 2020. So we're coming up on an anniversary in a couple months. Like 3 months, whatever. In that time, so much drama has happened behind the scenes. And Zill and I trying to explain all of it to Lisana literally took like 4 hours. And I'm not trying to give you FOMO. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to explain to you that, like, there's no way we could break it all down for everybody in the stream. And there are a lot of moving pieces, and there are a lot of different people that are real people that have online presence. And I am petty, but I'm not that petty. Sit for the tea, sis. I'm here for the tea. But I will say, streamers have an online personality that doesn't always match up with who they are offline. Viewers develop weird relationships, pseudo relationships with the streamers they watch and have weird expectations. And high school never ends. It never ends. There are still mean girls. There is still gossip. There is still fake gossip. Here's my thing about gossip. I love gossip. When it's true. Gossip's bad. Well, that's true, Lisana. And I've been very open with that I do feel like I am an exception when it comes to streamers. I'm too much of an open book to not be my full self on stream. We've talked about that before, like the masking and like... the worst thing I've ever heard, but also very true. Really is an anti-masker. See, that's bad gossip because it's not true. Good gossip is real. It's factual. It's an exchange of information. Gossip is bad when you make up shit and try to, like, hurt people with it. Or when you treat someone different based on what you heard. You just said you don't like masking. But, shh. Anyway. There are people no longer in this community that are inactive. And sometimes it's because their life really ripped off a mask at someone in a Kroger. Oh, are just so annoying. Why did I miss you? Some people are no longer part of this community because their life has changed. They had a kid or they got married or whatever. And sometimes it's changed because they were kicked out. And sometimes it's changed because they formed new and inaccurate impressions of who I am and decided that I was toxic. I thought I had salacious gossip, but Rayleigh already knew it and trumped me. It was heartbreaking. Wait, you miss me? Ugh. Oh, 100%, Lordy. 100%. Yeah. But I don't use names. I mean, Zill and I have talked about Michelle. One, because it's been long enough now. And I learned things about her that she did to Zill that make me care even less about ripping her in public. But I'm not going to tell you who she is. I don't use name drops. She's like the only exception, Dave. And in my defense, Zill started it. tried to kick Zill out of the witness community that he started. That was new information to me. She also tried to kick Zill out of my community. When he and I were already friends offline. A former community member. The reason I know Zero is through our friend Emma. We love Emma. This person tried to tell Emma I was only Emma's friend to piss her off. Zill had already met my mother. EFGH. She told Zill that it made her uncomfortable that he was coming back to my streams because he took a break for a many million different reasons, but also in part because of this woman. So he left the internet. Thank you, Luke. Thank you. I tried real hard. Real fucking hard. He left the internet, again, for a bunch of different reasons, but in part because of Michelle. When he came back, she told him, literally, one stream, he came to one stream, and someone told him, a former mod told him, hey, it makes Michelle uncomfy that you're here. Michelle told him I was her comfort stream. But when she was in my stream, she was always trying to tell me how to stream. Granted, this is when my view average was like 35 to 40 and hers was 10. I'm just saying. Backseating sucks, but backseating a streamer on how to stream? So she told him that I was her comfort streamer, but then she would tell her friends that she only came here because her friends were here. This explains a lot of things I've been side-eyeing for a bit. Come on, Day. This is only 5 minutes. It took us 4 hours to tell Asana. See, that's what we're not doing, Seneca. That's what we're not doing. I'm on the way over right now. So, let me just say, it speaks a lot to my maturity and growth as a person that I don't lose my shit on these people. Oh my god, still. And I'm quite proud of that, and the fact I am able to keep some of this private. But it is still shit that needs to be talked about because it's not okay to treat people like that. And sometimes we internalize it and we think we deserved it and we feel shit about ourselves. It's the same reason I think people should talk about issues they have in their marriage. Because sometimes it's just an issue and sometimes it's abuse. And sometimes you don't know the difference until someone says so. But they can't say so if you never talk about it. So, this is one reason Rayleigh is so vocal and open to a degree that makes some people uncomfortable. Took 2 different cafes. Rayleigh story makes, I would have said everything out by usernames. Full names, everything. Rayleigh taking my side on it was pivotal in that way. No, the stuff, look, I'm not gonna pretend like Zill didn't make some really fucked up choices. And I've told him this. But I also can't say I would do anything different in his position. Give everyone the chance to figure out if their issues are with you or with something you do that triggers an old red flag of their own. I love that sentence. I love that sentence. I love that sentence. And honestly, I wish I could say that in a helpful way to all the friends who have ghosted me in the last 5 years for no explanation. Like, I pray that they come to a point where they consider that. Was it her or is it something I'm struggling with? Because that's major. And that's something I've had to learn in the last like 4 years. Can I just say, the person I was in Ireland as a whole, I'm trying really hard to keep her because I love Ireland Rayleigh. Ireland Rayleigh was incredible and so much less petty and immature than who I am. Because, Lordy, I 100% almost bitched out several 19-year-olds in Ireland. For those of you who missed out, the first 2 weeks I was in Ireland, I got stalked online. Someone sent me death threats. They accused me of getting everyone sick with COVID. And they gave me COVID. I got COVID for the first time in 5 years. It's also important to remember sometimes people just drift away, and there isn't a reason for it. Another very good point that I'm struggling to accept. It really shocked me how much shit you've been through in the last 4 years. That was just in the first 2 weeks of Ireland. Technically, you could probably say the first time in 20 plus years. I mean, you know which COVID I'm talking about. Don't be difficult. Just in the first 2 weeks of Ireland. I was once again accused of being a witch. For the second time in my life, I've genuinely been accused of being a witch. And this time it wasn't even justified. The first time, okay, I made a joke about hexing someone. This time, all I did was get COVID. Literally, all I did was get COVID. It is kind of funny, Becky, until it happens twice. Cast spells to give people COVID. The first week in Ireland, so many different people were sick. I got sick my second Tuesday. I tell my field director, hey, Rory, I need to go to a pharmacy and get a COVID test. So we go to a pharmacy, we get a COVID test, I test positive. We tell the group, hey, Rayleigh has COVID. And then that became a thing. What is baffling to me is one, I'm the only person who thought to get a COVID test upon showing cold symptoms. And two, I was the least social person. I stayed in my room anytime we weren't driving around Ireland. I didn't go to the pubs with them. I barely explored Ireland my first couple weeks. I didn't even like use most of the dishes in the house, so we can't even say it's from like sharing badly washed dishes with my roommates. Like, genuinely, these people acted like they couldn't have possibly had COVID in the last week. I must have gotten it from God knows anybody else, despite never actually leaving the house, except for class. If you had a nickel every time you got accused of being a witch, you'd have 2 nickels, which isn't much, but it's weird. It happened twice. Everyone knows young people are invincible and immune to illness. It's so fucked up. They were like, she has COVID. I'm gonna develop complete amnesia that other people were ill and forget how much illness spread so I can blame her. Okay. Okay. Let's do the COVID chapter of Ireland. I think it needs to be like narrowed down to really get the full. Okay. So for a week, people had been coughing. And I had told my roommate pretty much like day 1, and I'm sick because of other stupid young people on said trip. I had told my roommates from the get-go, I was like, hey, I have a tumor in my hand. We don't know if it's cancer. Also, I have health problems. So if you get sick, I need you to tell me immediately. Like, I need you to take it seriously. And I'll take it from there, but I need you to tell me. By Sunday, one of them was talking about how she was getting headache and her throat hurt. And I was like, okay, so I'm just like not going to be close to you because you're clearly getting sick. She was like, it's just allergies. And a lot of them were like, oh, it's just allergies. One of the girls, who, by the way, was a fake ginger white girl that casually dropped the C slur for Chinese people on the second day in the bus. Just let that sit for a second. That first weekend, she had an upset stomach and was vomiting and shitting constantly. And her roommates were getting her like Pepto-Bismol and like taking care of her. Guess what's a symptom of COVID? You're never gonna guess. Gastrointestinal. Gastrointestinal. No, not the one who threw up on my roommates. That's week 3. That's the girl who had asthma and was vaping. Yes, she does have a summer cut. And she threw up because she was drunk. Gastrointestinal issues like vomiting and unstoppable diarrhea are symptoms of COVID. Fun fact. That's the problem with COVID, is there's such a wide range of symptoms and everyone responds a little differently that a lot of times people don't think to take a test, especially a bunch of fucking 19-year-olds. But yeah, it didn't make sense. If Rayleigh was the OG with COVID, she would have been near the end of the infection by the time she tested and would have had symptoms earlier. Exactly. It had been over a week since my international flight, which is when I would have most likely caught it, which I was masking for the whole time. No. And I didn't show symptoms until the second Tuesday. And it started with a headache and a sore throat. Which a lot of my roommates had had the previous week and decided for themselves not to tell me, and that it was from allergies or just a small head cold. I just did 0, but yes. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I am gonna make a PowerPoint of Ireland and we can go through, but I told my mom I took over 2,000 photos and a majority of that is just from week 1 and 2 while missing half of the classes. When I say PowerPoint, I mean like on the architecture and like what I actually learned. not not gossip. It's accused when she goes from pink pastel to it's wild. All you had to do was show up with COVID. I know. Absolutely wild. So crazy. Okay. Sorry, I'm prepping the visual. Make this easier. No, JJ. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, you know what I could probably do? Oops, not that one. This one. There we go. Now, I do want to just say, in case anyone from field school is lurking, I do feel like some of these titles are outdated. Just based on friendships that were made later on. You know what? No, you know what? This is silly. Here we go. That's much better. Okay. Good night. Okay. Here. Hold on, sorry. There we go. Here is our cast for weeks 1 and 2. And then I'll probably end stream because my throat is starting to hurt, which is not good. And my hand hurts, and I'm tired. That's me. This is B, who's in the Discord now. This is Mo, the Canadian, who ended up becoming my favorite person. This is Rachel, the race car girly, and the one who was in love with a musician that we went to see each other every once in a while. This is House 81. We're the main cast. we still talk every day, which I was not expecting to miss or like them. I'm gonna be honest. At the time that this was made, I didn't think I would like them. I ended up, they grew on me quickly. If those kids are what young people are like now, I'm glad. Take a sip, it's time for the tea party is more true than you can possibly fathom. Hi, my name is Rayleigh. I'm a variety streamer. I've been in Ireland for 6 weeks. It's my first stream back. And I'm about to divulge the drama of the first 2 weeks specifically, because too much happened. Specifically of the first 2 weeks. And to give you a quick synopsis, I got COVID for the first time in 4 or 5 years. I got stalked online and sent death threats by a 19-year-old who was mad that I got COVID. I got harassed and bullied and called a witch for the second time in my life, accused of witchcraft, while exploring Southern Ireland and its many castles. She was a witch! So, feel free to hang out. I literally just got started. I mean, granted, the past 2 hours have been a lot of tea, but we just got started specifically talking about the 19-year-olds. I'm 29, and I just spent 6 weeks with 19-year-olds. If they called you a witch, you're probably doing something right. So feel free to hang out. Or go, that's fine. We will be building medieval castles and looking at medieval castle PowerPoints. We will be building them in The Sims to be accurate. Because what you think is a accurate castle is actually probably wrong. Zoe, I missed you so much. How are you? It's lovely to see you. Thank you for the raid. That's so nice. I didn't know how much I was gonna miss streaming until today. And there we are. This is the good part. Okay, well, I think building The Sims is gonna be the good part. Seneca, I don't know what you want from me. You want me to be on top of things as a streamer? Great. Cool. I'm already sitting here being pretty. I don't know what you want from me. It's too much. It's too much. Zoe, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not glad I'm back. I mean, like, I'm glad I'm back here streaming. I would much rather be in Ireland right now. I'm fine. Ireland must be magical. That's actually a very fair observation, Luke. I would also much rather be in Ireland. I really like Irish Rayleigh. On the last day of Ireland, I started the dance floor and I met 6-drink Rayleigh, 5-6-drink Rayleigh, depending on what you count as a drink. I've never even met 4-drink Rayleigh before, so 5-6 was. She was something. You're going over at the end of the year? I'm so jealous. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I have a plan. Oh, Zoe! Dolores isn't cancer. I haven't seen my family in like 5 years, so I'm very excited. Your family's in Ireland? How have we not talked about that? Where do they live? Northern or Ireland? I should have visited Zoe's family. Are you fucking kidding me? I gotta go back. right now. I gotta go back with Zoe. Zoe, pick me up on your way. You bring me home to meet the parents. I'm Zoe's friend from the internet. Also bring me too. Okay. So, this is me. This is B. They're in the Discord. This is Mo, the Canadian. This is Rachel. She loves F1, and she had a lot of boy drama while we were there. She also learned that she's probably gay. She hasn't fully accepted it yet, but we're working on it. To visit them when they lived in France. God, are your parents signal? I could be your stepmommy. Pretty much everyone on this top row is who we ended up being friends with. This is who was in the group message. These are the people who were not. Yeah, but they could be happily married with me too. We could all be together and also happily married. So what? I'm starting to take this personal. She's in fact family friend now. You and ask when you go visit them. All right. Bring a ring and everything. You want to adopt a random 22-year-old? The cameraman is a 39-year-old who was very cool, but left a sour taste in my mouth with his actions that he performed later. This is the white man who was with us during both sessions I was there, all 6 weeks. He doesn't think racism is real. He's also very funny. Oh God, Seneca. It was an interesting practice in having to share space with someone who believes everything you don't. I'd still get along with them, even though you really want to slap them sometimes. Near the end, he really left a sour taste in most of our mouths. So like eventually these two lost their vague endearment for them, the choices they make. We'll get to that. These two, this girl is the one who blew smoke in my face the first night we were there. She took a while to grow on me, until she was targeted by all of these girls. She was the first target. She gives off major cool girl vibes, and she has Irish citizenship even though she grew up in America because she has Irish family. This girl said some interesting things the very first day. She wasn't my favorite, but then they became friends and bonded over shared Irish heritage, and she chilled out. So it was very much like first day, she didn't know where her place was. She just wanted to make friends. She was a little awkward. And then as soon as she had like a friend, she was fine. And then this is Annie, the museologist. She is who I hung out with the most. We love Annie. Okay, so this is the cast of characters that we hung out with, that we liked. All right, thing one, thing two. Thing two was dressed like Paddington the Bear the first day. That was my first impression. She was the one who casually dropped the C slur on the first day. I actually genuinely can't remember her name right now, so we'll just name her Greta. That's not fair to Greta Thunberg. Gabby? Gabby. There was a Gabby who was mean to me in middle school. That works. Gabby. Where do I start with Gabby? Gabby said that she understood what it was like to be a person of color in America because her grandmother was married to a Chinese man who was called C-word through most of his life living in America. The kicker is, oh yeah, no, white, very white. Cordy, Lordy, Cavante. The kicker is, she's not related to this man. He died, and her grandfather was her grandma's second husband. She never met this man. The man died before she was born. Cute deep inhale. I'm just gonna let that sit for a minute while I eat some french fries. The best part, thing one, they were inseparable. They were the besties. Thing one is a woman of color. And it was their conversation on day one. This conversation happened. This cast is entirely paid actors, I swear. Honestly, have you seen The Jury or whatever it's called? If you had told me that this was all just like fucking Ashton Kutcher popping out, I would believe you. Because the things that happened on this trip could not have possibly happened in real life, let alone at the same time. This conversation in which she casually dropped the C word, saying she understood what it was like to be a woman of color in America, to her new best friend who is a woman of color. We never found out what flavor she was, so please don't ask me. I have no idea. I don't know what her family was like. I avoided her at all costs. I am curious to know her background. And like, adopted white parents? Like, who tolerates that from someone? Like, I understand if it's like a safety thing, but why wouldn't you become friends with someone else? They weren't even roommates. So I'm very curious what was going on in her head. Well, we'll never know. Because this is day 2, right? So it's not like they'd invested a lot of time into each other. And they continued to spend 2 weeks together. So clearly, I don't know, she didn't care. She did give off rich girl vibes, cosplaying poor. So maybe that's it. Maybe there's a disconnect there. Different classes. I don't know. I'm trying not to analyze it too much. This conversation happens day 2 in a bus full of 13 other people. A very small bus. A van, if you will. On day 2 of knowing these people, thing 1 was rude to me the entire time. It's the confidence for me. No consequences, honestly. She decided she didn't like me from day 1. I have no idea. I think it's because I'm pretty. And I'm not saying that in like an egotistical kind of way. I'm pretty. And I carry myself with confidence. And that pisses people off sometimes. And I was dressed well when she met me. So, like, I'm not surprised. And I'm 29. B and I were the oldest. Like, 2 of the oldest. B is also 29. So, I'm sure a lot of it was their own insecurities. But I don't know. To this day, I don't know why she didn't like me so much. But she did that side at day 1. So, you know what? I'm not going to step in and help you get out of this weird toxic friendship. Anyway, so that's thing 1 and thing 2. My favorite moment that happened with thing 1 and thing 2. Well, there's 2. Okay, so on day 2 or 3, I started my period in a castle. In an abandoned castle that allegedly and hypothetically, and this, I'm not saying this happened, that maybe we weren't supposed to be inside of. Hypothetically, theoretically. And thus it was inhabited by birds and dirt and sticks and bird poop. I may have started my period, hypothetically, in a castle, allegedly, that I wasn't meant to be in. But we had a key for, allegedly, supposedly, we may have had a key for. Neither, I'm not saying if that's true. It's probably not true. It's not true. You could say you started your courses during your courses. Anyway, I wasn't prepared for said period because I didn't know it was a period drama. I'm ashamed that it's 2 guys coming up with good period jokes. Where are y'all? Where are all the uterus people? You're letting them take claim for this? Anyway, thing 1 was the only person with any sort of menstrual device. She gave me a liner, and I put it on in the latrine because it was the only private room. So I can officially say that I'm the only person who's put on a pad in that latrine, at least in the last 200 years. I already told you my jokes are out of commission today. Okay, fine. I had to talk to a doctor that zapped me. Oh, I feel that. Put that on your resume, honestly. Well, I mean, allegedly, if I were in that latrine, I wasn't meant to be. Because there was a gate that was locked. And I'm not saying where we were, undisclosed location. If we were there, again, hypothetical. Anyway, so I had high hopes for her because day 1 she was a girl's girl. She was the only person who had a product, and she immediately was like, oh my god, I got you, girl. However, I have never been so sick of a person saying girl in my life. She was a loud talker, big personality, and girl was her thing. Oh my god, girl, stop. Oh, girl. Oh my god, girl. Oh, I totally get you, girl. Zero, we knew. That's old news. The period undies I use can give you cervical cancer. maybe not cervical cancer, but they can impact your like fertility. Yeah. Yeah. Tampons can give you toxic shock syndrome without warning if you wear them for slightly too long. Like, my tampons have traces of arsenic and give me hives so much. Say, Cardo, hypothetically, what we name possible cervical cancer? Oh my god, if I might have had cervical cancer, what would we call it? For some reason, I feel like it needs to start with a C. So, like, Celia. But that's too much like celiac. Clarice? Cheryl. Cheryl's good. I like Cheryl. I like Cheryl. You're still using the arsenic tampons? Cheryl's your aunt. Okay. Catherine? Also, then my aunt who just passed from cancer, so I guess that makes sense. Stop! Just stop! Tell me that's fake. Tell me you're kidding. Stop. Why would I switch brands? All right, the remaining 4 cast members we have. This is Jackie. She was from Hong Kong. She was very quiet. She was very nice. Apparently, on the last day, she did say something to Mo, the Canadian. She said something about how she couldn't wait to escape and go home. But she was roommates with them. So I think she just kind of got stuck with them, and I regret that we didn't save her. Because I think she needed it. Quiet with glasses. I genuinely can't picture her right now. That's how quiet she was. But I remember she had glasses. Oh, wait, no, I remember who she was. She got catty. She got catty the last week because she was friends with Tall and Dumb. Tall and Dumb? Tall and Dumb? Are you quiet with glasses or fake ginger? I'm up here. Tub Tub? I've seen your messages. I'm so sorry. I'm not intentionally ignoring you. I'm so sorry. When do you still need it / when? I started doing it in Ireland. Sukakato, thank you for gifting a sub to Tub Tub. I started filming it in Ireland and then I forgot. My little black book. And then you messaged me on Instagram and I was like, wait, is there still time? We won't be in a castle. I could do a green screen. I'm so sorry. Ireland was a lot. And I had COVID around the time that you messaged me. No, I'm the person up here with glasses. This person. Tall and Dumb is the person we think sent me death threats. And the one who accused me of being a witch. And told her friends that she thinks I should have been burned at the stake. and was overseen by cameraman writing my name over and over in her journal and then crossing it out angrily. Tall and Dumb is insane. Genuinely. The first night, a bunch of them were at a pub and drinking, and she was not. And when we showed up, she looked really uncomfortable. So I was like, hey, I'm gonna go get a coffee. Do you wanna come with me? To like help her getting out. And we hung out that evening and we like talked and chilled. And she was really nice. And then I got COVID the next week. And she was a completely different person. Completely different person. And then on Saturday, when they all went home, I got death threats on Instagram. Which, by the way, they didn't know I was a Twitch streamer, and they did not know my Twitch username, even if they did know I was a Twitch streamer. Most the only person I told my username to. Not by me! No, Tub Tub did not send me death threats. He did yell at me, though. Check your DMs! I hear you. And then I got sent death threats from an anonymous account. Saying that they want me to die. So, we'll get to why she's dumb later. This was made, by the way, before the death threats. Otherwise, this also would have been crazy, parentheses, derogatory. But this was before the death threats. This was before I found out about the journal. And then Weird Annoying Rude Girl. I feel bad. I think she was very incredibly socially awkward. The way she talked to people was incredibly rude. But she also didn't talk a lot. So we just kind of kept our distance from her. And thank God, because by the second week, she was part of this creepy posse of. So. I will say I started following you on Instagram around the time that happened, but I did not know of the death threats yet. Yeah. It's okay, Lordy. I blocked the account and all of their associated accounts, so you wouldn't have been able to follow me. Was she the girl that asked why you talk down to people? No. That girl was from session 2, which we will cover on Monday. Or Tuesday, whenever I stream next. Probably Tuesday. Maybe Monday. I don't know. I can't stream tomorrow. I was considering doing a Saturday stream, but I'm getting groceries with Nazim. No, this is just session 1. Rayleigh never answered that. Yes, Cavante, because there's so much to cover from just session 1, which was the first 2 weeks of 6. There's so much to cover that it needs its own stream. This is the hook to get us to come back like it's needed. 2 hours of Discord videos. Oh my god, mother. So now we've just set up the characters and a couple of like anecdotes. Okay. Here's what an average day looked like. 8:30 in the morning, we get in the van. All 15 of us. And we drive to different sites across southern Ireland. Which, if we're talking about the like whole island, is south, like the bottom third. But of the country Ireland, the bottom half. And we went to about 4 to 5 sites each day. Sites could be a tower house, which is a type of castle, a fortified house, which is what came after tower houses. Think mansion. Churches, cathedrals, also ring forts. All of those terms will make sense to you at a later time when I present my PowerPoint, and then I will also post the PowerPoint / VOD in the Discord in case you cannot make that stream. What I learned itself is its own stream. This is just the social climate. So we spent, and we got home at like 6 most days. So it was 2 weeks of spending a lot of time in a van with these people. You overheard a lot of random shit. You had a lot of random conversations. And then in between, you get to play in a castle or in some sort of ruins. Day 1, we went to the University of Galway, and we had a PowerPoint quick overview lecture. And by quick PowerPoint overview lecture, I mean it was like 5-6 hours, just to give us a basic introduction to medieval Ireland. Ireland recap's gonna take as much time as Rayleigh was in Ireland for. That was the day my roommates discovered that I'm funny. And it wasn't even on purpose. And then they started keeping track of Rayleigh's quips, as they called it. We were all coming into the classroom. We hadn't started the lecture yet. We literally punch dressing. Listen, I'm so proud of you. You remembered it. It's a technique you'll learn about. Could they not tell you were funny from the get-go? I didn't really talk to them, to be honest. I went into this planning on keeping a low profile. The last 10 years have had a lot of drama for me in workplaces, school, just being online. I wanted to go in, learn, have experiences, explore. But my goal was not to make friends. And I don't mean that in a mean way. It just wasn't a priority. I have friends. So, like when we came home, how'd that work out for you? Keeping a low profile. You know what, Seneca? So, I asked a lot of questions to my field director, and I took a lot of notes, but I didn't dominate conversations, and I wasn't loud, and kind of stayed in the back of the group. When we got home in the evening, I just went to my room with a Diet Coke, Skyped my wife, watched a show. Part of that was trying to keep my energy maintained because they were really long days and I'm not used to that. Well, I wasn't. I'm used to it now. And I didn't want to burn out. So part of it was survival mode. So no, they didn't know I was funny yet. So we go into this classroom, we're all sitting down. It's like 9 in the morning. Most of us, we're traveling over the weekend. We're still slightly, out of sync with the time zones and stuff. We're all picking somewhere to sit. And this Irish girl here, she's talking to someone about zodiac signs. Now, I don't know which signs she was talking. I don't know which ones. But someone said the words like, oh, Sagittariuses are always so annoying or something. I don't know. Insert zodiac sign. And she says, wow, that's space racism. No, Lordy, I have different theories, and a lot of them revolve around guilt. She says, wow, that's space racism. And apparently, without thinking, I say, maybe it's time we retire that phrase. I didn't remember saying this. But when we got home and had the daily debrief, which is where the roommates and I sat around and gossiped, 100% tubbed them. I'm saying this to my roommates. It was like the first thing they brought up. They were like, "Did y'all hear Rayleigh?" And I was like, "What did I say?" Space racism. That was a fun one. That was a good one. Anyway, that's the day that's how they found out I was funny. And that was the first impression we got of this girl, and it wasn't a great one. It also didn't help that when Rory, our field director, was telling us, like, hey, I want you to learn not just about medieval Ireland, but also like present Ireland. So no topic is like not allowed. Like, you're allowed to ask me anything. And she brought up some phrase that was used by the rebels in the 90s. This one, we're on Irish-ish girl. She's not the one with Irish citizenship. She's like a first or second gen, but she considers herself Irish. And her boyfriend is Irish, and she would not shut up about her family being Irish. Irish-ish girl is a great name. But she did not give off cool girl vibes, which is why she is cool girl Irish-ish. But she actually has Irish citizenship. So, you know, difference. They became friends. She was fine near the end of it. She vaped in our house once and I cussed her out. Well, I didn't cuss her out. I told her, if you vape in here again, you're not invited. And she said, that's fair. I'm sorry. Other than that, she was pretty chill once she... Yeah, still, well, that's a vape for her, cigarette for cool girl. There was a lot of smoking. That might have been the only, like, big cultural shock I had, is just so much cigarettes. So many cigarettes. It's crazy. So that was the first day of school. And then the rest of the week, yeah, just hours in the van together. I can't think of anything else that happened that week. I guess I could pull out my journal. I don't know where it is. I haven't really unpacked completely. Because I slept most of Sunday and then biopsy Monday, and then I've just been dealing with Dolores since then. That weekend was pretty chill. I hung out with Annie, the museologist. We went to the beach. Luke, I think the vaping was a young person thing, the smoking a European thing. Oh, racist dude was the first week. Thank you, Lasana. Okay, so this is one of those vans that's like got 4 rows. And so I usually sat in the front row right behind Rory, the driver, and God, what can we call him? Randall. Randall sat in the front seat with Rory because on the very first day he got car sick. And so I was like, dude, take the front seat. Like, it's fine. And then he just kind of stayed there because we are all creatures of habit. There was a joke that Mo made that everyone in the program is either autistic or gay or both, but you can't be neither. And I feel like that explains a lot of the things. Like, definitely autistic. War period clothing. Like industrial revolution style clothing. The hat, suspenders. Also, apparently his room was stinky. I wasn't his roommate, but that's what I heard. Yeah. I mean, to a degree, like button-up shirts and stuff, like the big button-up shirts, all very like earthy color, not very formal, long kind of scraggly beard, which I later found out was for religious reasons. That caught me off guard. But the hat especially. It was one of those like, you know, Newsies? Those hats. I know so much of his life that it almost feels inappropriate to give you a complete recap of him. But I will say he went through like a bunch of fucked up shit. He grew up in the Southern America, very poor, Southern United States, very poor. And because of that, and because of where he grew up, his perception of racism is skewed. Because for those of you who don't live in America or you don't know anything about like social racial politics, politicians are very good at making poor white people feel like their issues aren't important. And they're very good at blaming it on people of color. And so if they don't have access to resources or if they don't get educated on critical race theory, or depending on what bubble they live in, they think you can be racist to white people. And that is his situation, is he thinks you can be racist to white people. If you are in Europe, that might not make sense. That is because y'all's racism is based on ethnicity. Our racism is strictly skin color. Well, asterisk also people with Jewish ancestry. Yay for Bailey's Dream Boo for not being on the same time zone anymore. Allie, thank you for the resub. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who's resubbed or the gifted subs. It's really nice of you. So, definitions of racism are going to vary country to country based on historical context. In America, in the United States of America, and also Canada, this country's existing infrastructure was built on the backs of brown people. And the consequences of that impact them today. So in the United States of America, racism as a definition includes the systematic issues that continue to impact them, is how they are treated other. So I don't want to like make the whole stream about this, but I'm trying to give you like a clear sense of why he is confused in his perspective, but also why it's wrong. So in the 1900s, yes, redlining. That's exactly where I was going next. Um, yes. So in the 1900s, there were a couple different loopholes in ways to prevent Black people from moving into your neighborhood. And because of the perception of Black people, where they tended to live, white people didn't want to live. And if the white people are on average making more money and getting better jobs and better education, those areas become the most expensive. And where the Black people live becomes underfunded. And then you have issues where they can't get a better education for their kids. They might live in a food desert with not access to fresh fruits and vegetables. They might live next to, industrial facilities that make them sick or don't have clean water. So that systematic oppression and the domino effect that causes is the racism. And then because of that, they tend to be more violent neighborhoods or have more drugs or more alcoholism. And again, all it is a lack of resources because of the taxes that are being paid. They're in a lower tax bubble, tax bar than the white people on average, statistically. That does not mean there are not poor white people. There are very poor white people. Bracket. Thank you. Okay. So that's the systematic oppression. And then there's just overt racism, which is violence against them, language, violence, police violence, 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 violence. And so that is why, statistically, people of color in America experience higher health issues, higher poverty levels, higher drug use, gun violence, prison system, violence. It's the system that built up because they were used as slaves and unpaid labor. And they literally, the white government runners literally told poor white people at the time that their issues were the Black people's fault. And they have continued to do that. Prison as a whole is it's a whole thing. So that's a very, very quick. In Europe, Jesus fucking Christ, Cavante. In Europe, racism is different. And that was something that I had to teach my field director. Because he didn't understand why I told Randall, you can't be racist against white people. Because white people don't experience systematic oppression based on their skin color. Which Randall continued to disagree with for the rest of the day. And because I was sitting with them, I had to just move on. You used to be able to be racist to white people, specifically Irish immigrants in the 1800s. But then they gave up their culture, and because skin-wise they can blend in better, they assimilated. and do not continue experiencing discrimination. Thank you. If they have an Irish sounding name, it does not limit their opportunities. The asterisk that I put there is for people who are Jewish, but Jewish is considered its own ethnicity, and they do continue to experience discrimination and like not inadvertently. Most conspiracy theories, if you narrow it down, it turns into anti-Semitism. We don't have time for that. We don't have time to break all that down. Yes. Another example too is in Ireland. Ireland took in 70,000 Ukrainian refugees. And we're already experiencing a housing shortage. So there is some discrimination happening there, and frustration and blame scapegoating happening there. Again, that's an ethnicity, not a race. Race as a phrase was found in the historical written record in the 1700s. Slavery used to be based off religion and ethnicity. Fun fact. Now it's based on class and prison. Anyway, so week 1, it was conversations like that I was having. Because while sitting in that front row, like, I like how that took like 20 minutes and we're going all the way back now. I'm not trying to make that sound like it's not an important issue to dissect. It's very important. But it's my first stream back, so I feel like we can take our time. Going back to the van, 4 rows. I was sitting in that front row behind the driver, and he and Randall were talking a lot about Ireland, and so I found myself leaning forward most of the time so I could listen and join in these conversations. There was a middle seat in the driver's row between them, and so finally one day I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm sitting with you guys because my back is hurting from leaning in. And then that was my seat for the rest of the 6 weeks. That's where I sat, is in the front row next to Rory. That first week, that was the kind of conversations I was having. The racism topic came up because he was upset with American archaeology, which primarily revolves around indigenous people, which is full of its own trauma because American colonizers came to America. They didn't just, kill, murder, and abuse Black people. They also did that to the indigenous people of the continent who'd been here for thousands and thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years. And so a lot of times they don't want white archaeologists involving themselves, which is totally valid. Sometimes they do. Primarily, and this is shifting, unfortunately, only recently, we're trying to put the indigenous people in charge of said projects and then give them ownership of said projects. But unfortunately, there are a lot of past collections that belong to them that need to go back. But unfortunately, there's a lot of legal bureaucracy that's involved and like record making, and there's a lack of labor and money to make that go faster. And that's repatriation. God. Um so that was another conversation that we had. He was mad because he was unable to get dig work where he was in America, even though he picked his specific program because they advertised having a lot of dig opportunities, which would be cheaper than him than having to go to a field school out of country, which is totally fair. But then he was mad that dig work, yeah. No, not the other one. Dig. We're talking about archaeology. Head out of gutter, please. It's Friday. My first stream back. Jesus. No. Um, no. 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 But those opportunities kept getting canceled because of the people running those programs changing. Well, he said changing their minds. I have a feeling there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than he understands or is willing to understand. This is dirt talk time, not dirty talk time. But his position on Native American rights was really clear to me when I talked about how there are artifacts at the Burke Museum where I was working. There are artifacts in both the archaeological collections but also contemporary collections that are not allowed to be touched by men. So there is a sign saying cannot be touched by men, and they can only be handled by women. And when I was sharing that, because I was telling my field director primarily, and how, trying to make sure that we're involving them in their own history, Randall's reaction was to scoff, shake his head, and say, Jesus Christ. So, that's week 1. That took an hour just for week 1. There's a lot of context that was important. That weekend, I went to the museum and the beach and got food with the museologist. And she was very nice. Her name's Annie. Next time on Ireland. We're still in session 1. That was just week 1. And it was lovely, and I got slightly sunburned, and I found love with the Irish beaches, and I will admit it was a little cool to be standing in water that my ancestors stood in, and to walk streets that some of my ancestors walked. Because they've kept a lot of their medieval roads and architecture and again, we only immigrated in the 1800s, so very, very cool. Very cool. Week 2. Week 2 was fun because we had 2 overnights elsewhere in the country because it would have been like a 4-hour drive to the location. So instead, we just drive to this town and get an apartment there, etc. So Monday, we drove to a town that I can't remember the name of. And at that first hotel, we were settling in and it had a pool. So my roommates were going to go swimming. And I was like, you know what? I have a massive headache and my throat kind of hurts. So I'm either dehydrated or I'm getting sick. So I'm going to go to bed early because I'm a grown ass adult and I've learned from my past. I woke up at 5 in the morning that night with my bones and full body aches and a fever. And so I texted my director and I was like, hey, in the morning, I need to get a COVID test. Tuesday, he drives me to a pharmacy and we get a COVID test. It's just me and him in the van. He's trying to talk me off a ledge because I'm losing my shit and sobbing as we wait for it to process. Well, as we wait for the pharmacy to open, and then also as we wait for it to process. Can I just say, Ireland, I love you. Like, genuinely, I've fallen in love with you. But you need to open your fucking stores before 9 o'clock. That is ridiculous. 9 o'clock? Also, if you say on the website you open at 8:30, you better damn well open at 8:30. Because you didn't. Anyway, we're on Tuesday. Yeah, Lordy, yeah. And then on Sundays, because they're all fucking Catholic or Protestant, on Sundays, most stuff doesn't open till 11, 11:30. Or they're just closed. The grocery store closed at 9 p.m. Seneca, Galway's like a tourist town, so I think that's why stuff was open on Sundays. Store don't open until 9. How can people go to the store before work? Maybe I don't want to be in Ireland. Also, not you sweet summering child. You'd be able to go to the store at 7 a.m. We had to pay for laundry. You had to pay to wash your clothes and also pay for dry your clothes. Luckily, there was enough sun, weirdly enough, in Ireland that we could just dry our clothes on a rack. It was very European. I felt very, very worldly. It was $4 each time. Washer, $4. Dryer, additional $4. And you had to buy the tokens during the office hours, which were like 8:30 to 6. But we left at 8:15 and we're home by 6:30 every day. So the only reason we got laundry tokens in general was because one of us missed a day at least once a week. And so that person would go buy the laundry tokens. I agree, Zero. I loved being able to go at the grocery store at like 11:30. Anyway, so we're on Tuesday. We go. We get my COVID test. We have to wait an extra half an hour because they did not open at 8:30 like the website said they would. The whole time he and I are talking, he's trying to talk me off a ledge, talking about like when he got COVID, and he's like, here, what our options are if you do get test positive, whatever. So the test comes back positive, and we're like, okay, so we have to tell everybody because we've been all in the van, and people should be allowed to test themselves and like know if they are also COVID. So we go back and we're like, here are the options. We leave Rayleigh here at this first hotel. We go off and do our thing, and then on Wednesday we come pick her up on the way home. 2, Rory drives Rayleigh home, which is like a 3-hour drive, and then he comes back, and they continue their trip. In total, taking about like 5 to 6 hours, which means they would miss out on sights. Or 3, we continue as is. And we have masks available, and Rayleigh just comes with us. up until this point, only Annie and I have been using hand sanitizer. And like acknowledge that COVID exists. Her parents are both doctors. Her dad was involved with like, the main COVID-y stuff. So like she knew to take it seriously, especially traveling internationally. Up to this point, no one even acknowledged that their sickness could have been COVID. Never once was it brought up. They were like, it's allergies, it's a minor cold, it's a head cold, stomach bug, whatever. I was the only person to ask to get a COVID test. So my preferred option to take was slightly selfish because I have spent 4 to 5 years isolating to help protect my community, and because I had the privilege to do so. And when I wasn't at home, I was masking. And I paid thousands of dollars to come to this country, and goddamn, I'm not gonna miss out on these experiences in my education because one of these motherfuckers got me sick. So my preferred option was Rayleigh just sucks it up and comes along with you, and I keep my mask on the whole time. Because keep in mind, at this point, we'd already all been in the same van, unmasked, no hand sanitizer, for over a week. So, like, if I have COVID, I either got it from you or I've passed it to you. Already. But I was also very clear to the group. I was like, if any of you, even one of you, is uncomfortable with that, I do not have to come. I will stay here. I didn't want to do that because it inconveniences the entire group. Where we'd have to figure out different room assignments and like have to pay for additional work. Like it's not my preferred option, but if you're uncomfortable, I will not come. That is, I get it. No one spoke up. They all took the test. They all test negative, supposedly. I'm the only one who tested positive. And all of them refused to acknowledge that they might have had it the week before, and now we're testing negative. Even one of my roommates, who I love dearly, she was adamant that she did not have COVID previously, and she refused to acknowledge that she may have had it over the weekend. And when I brought it up, she said, we had completely different symptoms. I only had a headache and a sore throat. And I was like, yeah, it's almost like I have a weaker immune system and COVID reacts differently to everybody. But I also had a headache and a sore throat. I just also had full body aches and fever. I didn't have a cough. Everyone else had a cough. I was the only one who didn't have a cough. In fact, they were gross about it too. They were hacking and sniffling and being disgusting for a while. I was using hand sanitizer like a motherfucker. So, anyway, I get COVID. No one speaks up. Roy's like, all right, everyone in the van, let's go. We get to our first site. It is gorgeous. It is this massive castle. Absolutely beautiful. We get out of the van. My roommates inform me that Tall and Dumb Girl had been bitching about me in the back seat, saying, how can she even call herself a liberal? Which is like a weird insult. Just like, if you know anything about American politics. And she was pissed. She was pissed that I was staying on the van. Everyone started masking after that. Everyone started using hand sanitizer. And everyone stopped, like, being around big groups of people. It's crazy. I invented COVID. As soon as I have COVID, all of a sudden they realize COVID exists. Fucking wild. So anyway, Tall and Dumb is bitching about it. She's shooting daggers at me and she's complaining. And so I'm sketching this window and I'm like, hey, Tall and Dumb. And she's like, what? And I was like, isn't it crazy? Somehow I'm the only person who tested positive, but everyone else was sick this weekend and last week, including your roommates. Isn't that weird? And then she responded, you could tell I was sick because Braylee was getting bitchy. Staying on the radar was no longer an option. She goes, why are you doing this? And I was like, doing what? And she was like, why are you putting all of us at risk? My mom is immunocompromised. And I was like, oh my God, I'm immunocompromised too. I was like, do you think I'm happy about this? Like, I have a tumor in my hand right now that might be cancer. Like, do you think I'm happy? Like, I'm terrified. But there's also nothing I can do about it at this point. The spouse you were doing. She was the one who had the hardest time. When we got to the second hotel that night on Tuesday, her roommate was weird, annoying, rude girl, and she had started hacking on coughing that day. And that's who she was supposed to share her hotel room, and she was sobbing at the check-in. There was one single because we had an uneven number of girls, and I had already established dibsies. And I'm not gonna lie, when I saw her crying and trying to trade roommates, I just like took my key and booked it because I was not about to trade these. And I slept like a baby. That hotel was fantastic. I had the most delicious French toast in the morning. The bed was comfy. I had the room to myself. It was dark. I had the aircon up, my clothes off. Fantastic. Probably the best night of sleep I got the whole 6 weeks. She's 19. She's scared. She's in a foreign country. Her mom's immunocompromised. I think a lot of the actions that came afterwards, because we're pretty sure she's the one who sent death threats. She is the one who kept writing my name over and over in her journal and crossing it out, and telling her friends I should be burned at the stake. Oh! She also used the sentence, plague-ridden wench. Which we have a lot of questions about. For one thing, what TV show is she watching that wench is at the top of her insult vocabulary? I've had 6 weeks to work through this. She teleported from the past? It's kind of poetic. It's missing a verb, so I don't know if it's a sentence. Plague-ridden wench. Yes. Apparently my roommates, because I spent the rest of the week in bed, apparently my roommates would like whisper plague-ridden wench under their breath when they were near her. Because she was writing that in her journal, and unbeknownst to her, cameraman could see it over her shoulder in the van. So, like, she didn't say it out loud. We should use wench more often. I had a friend that wants help counteracting a hex. It's fine. The rest of the trip went fine for me, so I don't think I'm the one who got hexed. However, I've heard things about the current session happening without me, and Zero, Mo really did want to, because Mo took Latin, if I remember correctly. Mo really wanted to just spew random Latin around her and really figure out, but she didn't. Because, okay, it's a 19-year-old who clearly took COVID seriously when she was in America, at least the first couple years. Her mom probably is immunocompromised. And she came to a foreign country and didn't do any COVID precautions until it was one of her classmates. Get Mo on here and tell us the gossip we don't know. Oh, we text every day. Our group chat. So I think she felt really guilty, and it was much easier to blame me than it was to take responsibility. And I think she was really scared, and I think she felt really bad and mad at herself. And I've had 6 weeks to work through that and get to that point. But that first weekend, when I was getting death threats on an account that she couldn't have found easily without stalking me online, because they knew nothing about S. Berry and Salmon Berry. Like, they didn't know anything about that. Comes from camp. Only Mo knew. My roommates knew I streamed. They didn't know anything else. So like, she had to take, it's not like she could go to, Twitter and type in S. Berry Games. Like, she had to do steps to get there. Twitch streamers, especially women, have gotten doxxed and swatted for much much simpler, easier things, for much lesser reasons. So my head's running through all of the possibilities of how this could get worse, especially if her mom ended up sick. And I think that's the only reason she let it go. Because I was getting messages after they'd already flew home. Whoever messaged me had already gone home. And I hadn't seen them since Wednesday. Because I stayed home Thursday, Friday in bed, dying. The only reason we found out about the witch and the wench and the stakes is because Thursday night, the council, that's this top group, they're having a study session because they had to take a test on Friday. They're having a study session and he decides to tell them, and he shows Mo the photo he took over Tall and Dumb's shoulder. Yeah, it definitely dies down after this. And they all, as a collective, agreed to not tell me until everybody's gone home. Because they decide that my reaction could cause more drama. So this happens Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and nobody tells me until Sunday, after I receive death threats. That is what I took personal. Getting hate comments online is not new. I've been streaming for almost 5 years. Over 4 years. Like, I'm been there, done that. Almost 4 years. Like, I've dealt with that before. But it was never from somebody I'd known in person. It was never for something I actually did. And the fact that they all knew, including my roommates, and that they all decided, this man's 39. 19, 24, 21, 23, 29. They all decide for me that I would have caused drama, and so not to tell me that a girl was telling her friends that I should die. And then she goes, leaves hateful comments on my posts, and also sends me death threats. It took me a minute to forgive my roommates after that, especially when they kept denying that they could have gotten me sick. But again, same with racist Randall. It's one of those situations where, like, I can't cut these people out of my life. I can't get rid of them. I can't leave the situation. So you just have to, like, deal. Thank you, Lordy. I'm not hard to find online. Like, yeah, she put steps in, but I'm not hard. And it's not hard to find out who my mom is and who my mom works for. My mom already has a situation she's dealing with. There's a person in a town near me. She had a podcast, and one of her listeners came to Washington and, like, killed her family. And she wasn't a major podcaster. She had a small podcast. Like, these people genuinely had no idea how bad that could have gotten. To them, it was just this girl being silly and, like, mad and writing in her journal. That's good, Mom. And they clearly did not consider my feelings or my safety. And that's what was the most frustrating. Yeah, they did not tell Rory. I told him on Monday. And I showed him the messages. Oh, and so, he deleted the photo after showing it to Mo. The only reason I know it actually does exist and he wasn't lying for some sociopathic reason is because Mo saw it. And I trust Mo. While I'm telling Rory, still slightly sick by the way, first day of session 2, while I'm telling him, racist Randall comes up and he's laughing. He's like, oh, are you telling him about the photo, the journal thing? And I was like, yeah, not cool, by the way, that you guys decided to hide it from me. Immediately turns into, like, weird aggressive male mode. And he's like, well, yeah, because we didn't want you doing this, causing more drama. And anytime I recap this story, I mention that if this was like a TV drama series, there would be a flashback to me dying in bed and, like, barely even being able to go downstairs to get more food. Like, what drama was I gonna start? Drama where? Like, are you kidding? Mo had to make my bed for me. Like, I couldn't change my sheets. How am I gonna go cause drama at some other girl's apartment? Like, what? And they all decided as a collective. They all talked about, it felt like they were all laughing at me. With your spells and hacking. Like, oh, she's gonna put a spell on her and cause drama. So, anyway, I mentioned to racist Randall, putting COVID spell in the bathtub. There's no bathtub! Because I could have used a sink. I tell him, I was like, dude, I'm really easy to find online. I'm a really open book. I'm not going to pretend like I'm some massive content creator, but I'm not minor either. In the scheme of how many of us exist. And he's like, yeah, well, that's the risk of putting stuff online. And then I got to sit next to him on the way to the field. It's okay. After that, for the remaining 4 weeks, I didn't have to sit next to him because one of our field supervisors, Jay, who I fell in love with, and we're best friends and we're twinsies, he sat in the front. And Randall didn't want to sit between two men. So I sat between two men. What was really awkward is this conversation is happening with Rory standing right between us because he was just trying to get things out of his trunk. I would have decked him. Not the best, I understand, but automatic. So I think that sums it up. That's week 1. Sorry, that's session 1. That's the first 2 weeks. Everything I could. Oh, sorry. No. That's all that happened to me specifically. Geologist, am I right? Good. This girl, the cool girl who's half Irish, she was roommates with a couple of these girls and Thing 1. And she and Thing 1 on day 1 were like buddies. But then something happened and Thing 1 stopped talking to her completely. And then all of a sudden, all of her roommates just stopped talking to her. And they did not acknowledge her when she was in the right spot. Sitting between two men? Sinner behavior. Two very committed men. And me married to a woman. What a whore. They just iced her out completely. And they would not acknowledge her presence. So she spent more time at our house and the other house than in her own because. And then they would like mock her, right? Like around her. And then at one point, a confrontation happened and they were like, "Why are you talking about us?" And she was like, "I'm literally not talking about you." This conversation happens in the van with two of them sitting in front of the. And they were like weirdly aggressive about it. And there was like comments made that were violent. And so she was so worked up and frustrated and sad that she almost moved into our house for the last couple nights because Mo had a spare bed in her room. Mo was in a double for some reason. So she almost moved in with us because she didn't feel safe living there. She ended up not doing it because she was worried it would make it worse. But this girl almost went home early because she was also getting bullied by them. It was like the 3 of us that got bullied. And she was sobbing. And that all happened on Tuesday. So we're at this site, very cool site. I just had my confrontation with Tall and Dumb. She's calling me selfish and a horrible person. So I'm like, I'm gonna spend the rest of the day doing everything I can to like not hang out too closely to anybody. Like I don't want to make them feel worse. I don't want to scare anybody. I also don't feel good and I just don't want to put up with it. At one point I go up to Rory and I was like, "Hey, if I seem less involved today or invested, I'm just trying to avoid the 19-year-olds." And he says something about how like this bullshit. Like this total bullshit. So while we're at the site, he gathers us, has us sit down on the ground, like on this like ledge. All of us. He's in his 30s, he's almost 40. B and I are almost 30. The rest of them are like 23 or younger, except for Annie. This is a popular tourist site. There are lots of people walking around. And he gave us a scolding. He was like, You know, some of you are lying to me, keeping things from me. There's been like illness, there's been bullying, there's been gossip. This is the worst session I have ever had. And I've been running this program for 10 years. Never once have I had to deal with this much conflict. I know we're in close proximity together. There's going to be different personalities. They're going to clash. But I expect you to be adults. The age requirement, 18 and up, is for a reason. And then he comes up to me and says under his breath, he's like, hey, there was something about social media, something being posted on social media. I don't know. I don't care, but maybe take that down. Monday night. When I was going to bed early because my roommates were going to sleep, I posted an Instagram story that said something like, raise your hands if the mean girl got you sick and now you can't go swimming with your roommates. And they had found my Instagram at that point, the collective, whoever group was stalking us at that point, because they came after her online too. And they had watched my Instagram story. I didn't name names. I didn't have photos up. I just said the mean girl got me sick. I can't go swimming. This was before we knew it was COVID. That was the only thing I posted on Instagram. Well, there was also one that had a caption that was like, I was going to be messy, but these ceilings deserve better. I want to call him the coven, but you're the witch, so maybe the collective is better. The clique, maybe. I did have a moment where I was really proud of myself. I thought it was a good like retort. And like kind of immature, but also mature for me. Because I was up looking at this diagram and thing one comes over to me and she's like, hey, can I talk to you for a second, really? And I was like, yeah, sure, what's up? And she's like, so I heard you're saying some pretty fucked up things about me and my friends. Do you have something you want to say to me? And I looked at her and I said, no, I have nothing to say to you. And then I left. Walked downstairs. I did a dramatic exit. And I'm waiting outside for the rest of them to come out of the room we were in, like the rest of my classmates. And they make eye contact with me and they immediately go over to Rory and they're like whispering to him and like moving their hands around and like looking at me over their shoulder. And I was like, oh my God, I'm being tattled on. I am almost 29. I'm 29 next week and I'm being tattled on. And then we got lectured. I'm still amused. I'm still amused. And while saying I have nothing to say to you, I mean, maybe it's not the most mature response I could have made, but like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, Rayleigh would have been like, yeah, you bitches got me sick. Bye. I would have gotten confrontational. And I didn't. And I'm proud of myself for that. I was just snarky instead. No. You just want my french fries. You can't lie to me. One of the last stories I have about week 1 and 2, and the reason she's called Bird Girl. We were at this church site. There's this one ruined, like, larger church that is going under. You reverted to the age old, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all, and that's major. Exactly, Lordy. That's exactly what was going through my head. I was like, I have nothing nice to say to you. So I have nothing to say to you. And then I left. Keep in mind, I hadn't talked to them like at all until this point. Like, she gave me a period panty liner, and that's the most interaction we'd had in 2 weeks. Fucked up things was me saying your roommates were sick. That was the fucked up things I'd said. So I'm convinced they probably lied and came up with other shit. I don't know. We're at this church. One is getting renovated. One is a modern church that got built alongside it. And there was a third chapel that you couldn't see because it had gotten so overgrown and it was buried in the trees. It was very cool. I will post photos in the PowerPoint and you can see it better. But we're leaving the ruined chapel to go into the modern church so that we can sort of do like a fun compare and contrast. What a horrible thing to say about people who were sick and then got you sick. I know, right? Horrible. If anything, this whole stream is meaner than anything I said on the trip. As we're walking towards the new church, there's a bird on the ground that is injured. And thing 1 and thing 2 are very upset about this injured bird. And Rory, his tolerance for anybody is nearly gone. I don't know what day this was, but it was late into the trip. And he says something about how nature will take course. No, you cannot bring the dying bird into the van. They're very upset about this. They're like, that's, he's dying. He needs our help. And they're like very loud girls. Very loud. Big personalities. And as I'm walking in the door, again, this is a quip I had that I didn't know I made until my roommates pointed it out when we got home during the debrief. I go, I'm sure screaming at it isn't helping. And then walked into the church. And according to Mo, the look on their faces was better than the quip I made. So. What a weird 2 weeks. It feels like a million years ago. Those 2 weeks felt like a month. And it wasn't helped by the fact that I was so sick and I missed so many days. And like spent like 3 or 4 days just like in and out of sleep. I finished all of Bridgerton 1, 2, and 3. Season 3, am I right? Oh my god! Watched all of Dairy Girls. And by the time I came home, I was starting season 5 of Doctor Who. That is how much free time I had stuck in my room. Okay, the scene where he's undressing her in front of the mirror. I saw a TikTok that was like, the most unrealistic thing about that scene. The most unrealistic thing about this scene is when he tells her to go lay down. Because she just undressed and you're telling me you're not gonna. you're not gonna look at those and not. And honestly, yeah, it's a lot of hour-long episodes you got through. Watched a lot of TV. I learned about VPNs because, fun fact, some of that stuff wasn't available on Irish Netflix, and they didn't allow HBO. Oh, and I rewatched all of season 1 of House of Dragon. So, which then that's what started the Doctor Who, because Matt Smith, and then there should have been more fiddling. Maybe a little, like, just like a gentle. Little, like. And there was nothing! He was like, go lay down! Ow! Fuck. I wanted to squeeze. Uh, why would my son decide to stare at the stream? Do you do the hand motions now? I don't know what to tell you. We're back. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Colin. I'm really not. And this season didn't really change it. I like Penelope more, but she's still not my favorite. Um, I'm gonna be honest. I like Daphne and the Duke's chemistry the most. I liked Anthony and Kate's story and Kate's costuming. We're talking about Bridgerton. I'm very excited to see what they do with Francesca. I will say, Colin in the carriage scene. Did you see the interviews where they said they didn't hear the director call cut? So they just kept going? His only good scene. The fingers. That was not a direction given. Mm-hmm. 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 Seikakato, yeah. It was really nice to see those on screen. Oh god. Her on screen. Diversity. In a respectful, affirming, consensual way. She's from Galway, by the way. Nicola, which is the city I was staying in. Yeah, Lasana. Yeah. I did. And I don't have any claim to judge that. But I also wish it feels like yes, on one hand, she's like, why are you making that a conversation point? But also, it still should be. Like, it's still a big deal. Should it be a big deal? No. But it still is a big deal. And I have mixed feelings about it because on one hand, she's like, my body shouldn't be, like, this shouldn't be any different. Like, this shouldn't be news. But I also don't know that people have enough media literacy to fully grasp the nuances of that response. She's so dumb. Oh, I didn't look at the photos. So I have mixed feelings about because she's done that pretty much in any interview that tries to bring it up. Oh my god, her eyes are huge. She kind of looks like one of my childhood cats. It's so cute. Like it shouldn't. Like it's not a negative thing. But it's still a rare thing, especially as like a desired lead. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on it, but I also don't think I have a right to it, you know? Body issues are confusing. It felt like for a bit every article was about that, so I could see her just like, let's move on, please. I didn't see her ever address it though. Which, and granted, I didn't see every interview she did, but I never saw her address it. I always saw her change the subject. So, like, I don't know. It would be one thing if she, like, spoke on it and was like, because unfortunately, she is one of the rare actresses in that position. She is one of the few people being given a platform to talk about it. I did appreciate when she would talk about Palestine. Um, that made me very happy to see that. She already had addressed it at the point. I don't know. And granted, I only saw snippets of interviews, but there were a lot where she would just like, it was just clips of her being like, people with perfect breasts, and like, yeah. There are a lot of boobs on screen. I'm fucking around with my icons. We might have to end stream. Rayleigh's getting slightly delirious. I better not be fucking sick again. I swear to fucking God. I'm gonna lose my mind up in here, Slightly? Well, okay. Um, so season 2 has much less to talk about. Season 2, session 2 has much less to talk about. Dolores is gonna dictate my streaming schedule and what we play if we get to play. So we may end up having a lot of just chatting streams, which is fine with me. Maybe I'll finally like get through my emails and stuff, or lug the PlayStation here. We'll play console games because the console controllers seem to be fine, but the typing is not. Typing did not feel good. I think it's because I use my pinky, whereas on the controller I don't use my pinky. It's just these fingies. Which is a bummer because there is a Sims pack coming out. I already applied to get it, and I applied for a giveaway code so I can give away the new Sims Love expansion that's coming out. I'll come up with incentives to sign up for that. On one hand, I kind of want to do what a lot of creators do and farm followers by advertising it. On the other hand, I kind of just want y'all to get the chance because y'all are the ones who show up for me. So, mixed feelings. I could always just buy a code and do both. Yeah, the woohoo pack. Let's talk about sex, baby. Yeah, Lasana, I'm pretty sure it's early access that I'm getting too. So, you should be able to see a lot of us play it. We'll see how broken it is. We'll also be building a lot of castles because I have a lot to say about castles, at least Irish castles specifically. That's all I have to say. I'm worried about the dating app, especially after wedding stories. I didn't love the dating app that was in The Sims 3. So, or really like any of the app in-app stuff. Like I never use the selling app or the social media unless it's part of like a job. So I think, yeah, Plopsy, that sounds right. Yeah. See, Luke, that's what I'm thinking too. They haven't even totally fixed Dine Out. So I will say, it was very cool because I sat in the front of the van, right? It was very cool to hear people in the back talking about video games. And at one point, The Sims got brought up and they were complaining about how expensive they were. And I was like, to myself, I don't have to buy them. Tee hee hee. It was kind of the first time that I felt like special as a content creator. Cause like most of my friends are in the program. And a lot of us get the same opportunities and do the same thing and have similar numbers. So it was kind of cool to be out in the wild and be like, I'm cool. Pretty much, Lordy. Like that exact sentence. Teehee, they didn't know what. No, Seneca, I did not tell them. I didn't really talk about video games or streaming. In part because overlapping streaming and archaeology can get kind of, I don't know, my insecurities come out about like academia. Um, which is silly, but still true. Also a lot of people don't understand how Twitch works. And so when people find out I'm a streamer online, they may get the wrong idea, which all work is work, sex workers are valid. I'm also not one. I hope so, Lisana. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you lost a box cutter blade with a kitten around. Did you ever get the Sunday roast? I did not. And I did not try Yorkshire pudding. And I did not find any beer bread. But I drank a lot of whiskey. I also never tried a Guinness. It just felt like a waste of money. I know, I know. I did get stroop waffles and I brought some home. I mean, Mom, if you are gonna disown me, I guess I'll just keep the presents I got for you for myself. So. I was gonna say something, I don't remember. Oh, I was gonna say there was a very cute moment where, because video games would get brought up, and like when Randall and I were sitting next to each other in the front seat, he and I did talk about video games, and so I tried to explain Twitch to Rory, and he was very confused. Um, but there was one day near the end of the set, near the end of the trip, where Rory kind of asked me about like how it works, and he was like, "So companies like send you games, and in exchange, what do you have to do?" And I was like, "Well, it depends on the contract." Uh, and we like talked about like stream and the people I get to meet, because I told them, there was one weekend. I think that's how it started. Is he was asking if I had plans for the weekend, and I was like, "Yeah, I get to meet two of my friends from my community. One's coming in from England, and one's coming from um, the Netherlands." And he was like, "How do you know them?" Well, they're strangers who watch me play video games online for hours at a time. And then that's when he started asking me questions about stream. And he sounded genuinely curious and interested. It was very cute. And he would like ask follow-up questions and stuff. And usually it was just me talking his head off, asking questions. So it was very cute that he flipped it back. You could have smuggled me Yorkshire pudding. Instead, I got you chocolate, something else, earrings, and a expensive bottle of whiskey. So thank God, Zero. So if you want, I can keep those. I was listing all the presents I brought you home instead, and I can just keep those. It's not Yorkshire pudding, but if that's all you wanted, I'll just keep the things I got you. Happily. Brie would love to eat the chocolates. I would love to drink the whiskey. I did not bring absinthe. No. I just bought a bottle of whiskey at the Dublin airport in the whatchamadoodle, duty free. Kind of chocolates? I don't remember. I bought them a week ago while hungover. 5 to 6 drink Rayleigh didn't get home until 2 in the morning, Friday evening / Saturday morning, and then caught a bus to Dublin at 9 a.m. And then got whiskey samples at the airport. And then went shopping for souvenirs. And spent all of my euros. Brought them back because the only thing would be like a $50 fine. I don't understand that sentence. I also have no interest in absinthe. I would rather not have anything in common with Picasso, to be honest. He's not my favorite person. He was kind of a dick. Alright, I'm gonna go. I will see you next week. We'll see how Dolores is doing. Thanks for showing up. Thank you for all the resubs and the gifted subs. It's insane. I feel so validated. I was really scared no one would show up because it's been so long. So thank you. And thank you, Zoe, for the raid. I really appreciate it. My dog really missed you. Ugh. Well, Mom, I would assume you haven't forgotten me. It feels like you've never been gone now. Oh. Don't say that, because Ireland really does feel like a fever dream a little bit. I sped ran my doctor's appointment so I could watch Zoe and take a nap before your stream. Stop it. It's weird when you stare right into the camera, honey. It's creepy. So, in the next couple months, Sims, a lot of medieval content, to be honest. Sims, I would like to invest some time into Medieval Dynasty, just because I'm inspired. Fallout. Heaven's Vault. Because I restarted the game on my... Why are these damn animals wanting to cuddle in this heat? Oh, my office isn't that hot right now. Heaven's Vault is a game with multiple endings and like a lot. So I recommend watching the VODs, to be honest. I really do. It's not often that I'm like, do homework for a stream, but like, it does have geckos, it's true. I can't think of anything else. I know Jamie and I want to have a co-op Stardew at some point, because I haven't played the update. It does. Heaven's Vault is an archaeology game. I would like to get back into Minecraft. I actually had dreams about Minecraft, and B was telling me about the archaeology update that I never got to play, and they love it. So. And robots. And sailing. I don't love the robots, but... Mwah. Alright, I'm gonna go. And we're gonna snuggle. And I'm gonna eat my cheeseburger. And probably get the shits. Because it's not Irish beef or Irish cheese. And that's okay. It could be awful to the robot. Yeah, but I feel bad. It's not Five's fault. 6, 5, I don't even know his fucking name. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys next week. Hopefully I can play The Sims because I really want to build. I've literally been wanting to build since the first castle we went to. And it's gonna be a big one. I'm already mentally planning. Okay, goodbye. Oh, wait. I should raid someone. I forget I can do that. No. No. Kit is not still streaming. Kit is not still streaming her streamathon. Okay. Okay, hold on. We have to raid Kit. She's on day 191. 191 days streaming in a row. The longest I've done is like 4. Ow, this hurts. Okay, wait. Ow. Ow. Okay, come say hi to my friend Kit. She's been streaming for 191 days, which is absolutely fucking insane. And she's playing Once Human, which I don't know what that is, but... Oh, there's too many people I want to raid. No, we have to do that. We have to go see her because she was raid. Okay. 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 Okay, I'll see you. I'll see you. I'll see you. Okay, bye.